and ask Vice President Canujo if he would offer an invocation to begin before we begin the work of the nation tonight.
Yes, thank you, President Eckelhoff. Let's bow as we go to the Lord in prayer. Father, we thank you, Lord, for just allowing us to come here tonight, Father, safely this evening, God, as we meet together as the council, Father, over the Pawnee business, Pawnee Nation, Lord, in the business that we conduct tonight. Father, I ask that, God, you please just be with each and every one of us, God, tonight as we just do what's best, what's right for our Pawnee people. And Lord, I just ask that, Father, your Spirit, God, would just guide us, Father, this evening, Lord. God, we know that, Father, you're in control of all things, God. And Lord, even in this business tonight, Father, that no matter what comes out of this, Father, your hand is upon us. And so, Lord, I just, again, pray for our elders, pray for our servicemen and women, God. Just continue to watch over them, Father. Keep them safe, Father, at this time. And Lord, I, again, just lift up the families tonight, God, those who are grieving, Father, those who have lost loved ones here recently, God, we just, again, pray for comfort, for peace, for healing for them as well. And so, Lord, again, I just pray for our council members that are represented here tonight. Father, just help us, Lord, as we do the work of the nation, Father. And, Lord, just lift up President Eckelhoff to you, Father, this evening as he conducts the meeting this evening, Father. Use him, Father, this evening, God, for us this evening, God, to be very productive in everything we're doing tonight. Leave it all in your hands, and once again, ask and pray your will be done, for it's in your Son, my Savior, Jesus Christ's name I pray. Amen.
Thank you for that word of prayer, Vice President. I appreciate that, and I appreciate you, sir. Mr. Secretary, could you call the roll, please, at this time?
Yes. Walter Eckelhoff.
Here.
Jordan Canujo.
Here.
George Gardapi. Here. Carol Chapman.
Here.
Cynthia Butler.
Here.
Donna Hare.
She's excused. I understand she's on her way.
Gene Evans.
Here.
Sammy Kimball.
Here.
Thank you, Council. We do have a quorum. And the first item on our agenda this evening is approval of the agenda. And I see that we have some new items to add to the agenda and possibly to move the executive session up forward into the agenda right after the open forum. So, Mr. Secretary, could you tell us what the changes are for the agenda this evening, please?
Yes, so we are adding an executive session to go after open forum, Roman numeral 5. Number 1, discussion of legal issues. Number 2, updates on pending litigation. And number 3, updates on government-to-government consultation. And then under new business, number 3, approval, it'll be number 3, approval of Pawnee Nation Organization chart revisions. Number 4 is the budget committee recommendations. 4A is approval of 2137 low income home water assistance program, LIHWAP, CAA budget mod number 1. 4B is approval of 4202 BIA tribal court budget mod number 1. Number 5 will be the approval of resolution 2196 land allocation Pawnee Nation Youth Learning Center. Number 6 will be approval of letter of support for Indian Electric Cooperative's high-speed internet proposal.
Thank you for that, Mr. Secretary. Council, are there any other additions or changes to this agenda? Oh, I'm sorry, go ahead.
I forgot. We do need to change the date at the top from November 30th to December 2nd.
Yes.
And the time from 3 to
5:30?
30.
Thank you for that, sir. So, Councilwoman Kimball?
I would ask that we include, and I don't know where it falls, old business, new business, but I would like to have a discussion on our language program. I want to make sure that that's bubbling back up to the surface and that we're engaging our instructors, and they're on the same page with us, and we're on the same page with them. I know that they're writing an A&A grant right now, and they're kind of struggling a little bit with that. They've asked 2 more people to help with that, and I just heard that over the last few days. So I'd like to just talk about it, and maybe we can stir the soup a little bit with it.
Excellent, that'd be good. Mr. Secretary,
Thank you.
Where should that go in our agenda here?
I don't know.
Probably new business or?
It's old and new.
Is it old and?
Let's add it at number 2 under old business.
Okay,
Language discussion.
thank you. And thank you for that. Any other changes or comments on the agenda, folks, for this evening?
Sorry, discussion and or action on that language. Discussion.
Okay, hearing none then, may I ask for a motion to approve the agenda as amended?
President, I'll make a motion to approve the agenda as amended.
I'll second.
Thank you, gentlemen. We have a motion and we have a second. And so any further discussion on the motion? Hearing none, call for the vote, please, Mr. Secretary.
Jordan Canuho,
Yes.
George Gardner, P.S., Carol Chapman,
Yes.
Cynthia Butler,
Yes.
Gene Evans,
Yes.
Sammy Kimball.
Yes.
Thank you, council. Motion carries. And so this brings us to open forum. I see Mr. Chapman, Mr. Gary Chapman is in the audience. He's got a very serious look. And Jamie, also, do we have any other tribal members that might be here virtually? No questions at this time. Mr. Chapman, would you care to address this council on any matter? If so? Okay, excellent. Well, it's good to see you and welcome to our meeting this evening. Okay, given that we have no questions or no tribal members that are or anyone else to address this body, then that will conclude our open forum. And so at this time, we have an executive session. And so we have our attorneys here that are waiting to give a talk to the council regarding legal issues. And so if I may have a motion to go into executive session at this time.
President, I'll make a motion to go into executive session.
I'll second.
Thank you again, gentlemen. We have a motion and a second. Call for the vote, please, sir.
Jordan Canuho,
Yes.
George Gardner, P.S., Carol Chapman,
Yes.
Cynthia Butler,
Yes.
Gene Evans,
Yes.
Sammy Kimball.
Yes.
Thank you, council. Motion carries. So, Erica, if you can, well, let's see, what do we need to do? We'll just proceed into open executive session at this time. So what do we turn off the recording? Is that how we do? And Mr. Kirk, as our executive director, please stay with us if you like. If you like.
Mic check. 1, 2, 1, 2. Check. Test. Yes.
George Garber, yes. Carol Chapman?
Yes.
Cynthia Butler?
Yes.
Donna Hare?
Yes.
Gene Evans?
Yes.
Sammy Kimball?
Yes.
Thank you, council. Motion carries. We're back in open session. Let the record reflect that we had a briefing and an attorney-client discussion on the 3 items in executive session regarding a discussion on pending legal issues that face the nation, updates on pending litigation, and updates on the government-to-government consultation between the Pawnee Nation and the EPA. No decisions were made. It was simply a update for the council, and that was what was covered during the executive session. So now we turn to old business, and the first item up is approval of resolution 21-77 CARES allocation eCivis subscription renewal. And who is going to present on that, please?
I am President Alcoholic.
Okay.
Thank you. I was mystified as to what this invoice was for, $27,250. During our IT and communications meeting, I asked that same question, and they brought in the sales rep from eCivis to discuss what was going on. This is actually a web-based application, a 3-year contract, mind you. The first year was $35,760. That was purchased in May of 2020 with a renewal of $27,250 this year and $27,250 next year. The rub is that no one's using it. This is, it's a software as a service. It's commercial, off-the-shelf, web-based application for grant writers. It has an add-on that expands your search to relevant, eligible state grants, professionally reviewed and summarized by a full-time professional research team. And you're able to save your search criteria to be modified and notified when other funding is identified that matches those requirements. It's not being used today for contracts and funding sources. I'm kind of like blown away that we are spending money. So we've come to find out that one of the rubs is that the ex-IT manager was supposed to integrate the finance component from the tribe with the eCivis, because that's the only way that these users can see each other's grants and see what's really going on. And that was never done. So we have we have this sitting here, has 15 licenses, and we're just, stuck on a boat, so to speak. So I was told that the training was supposed to happen last month. Do you know if that's happened? Have you had training for eCivis?
The directors had training, and then our next phase, once this gets approved and paid for, then we can move it to the other users with the employees.
But you can't until you have your finance integrated.
That's getting finalized now, so they've had a couple meetings last week, and I want to say the week before that, so they're probably finalizing that as it is. They can do the research now. What we're trying to do is integrate the budget so they can analyze their real numbers when they're doing expenditures. So that's what we're trying to integrate now. They can utilize the research component now. So what we're trying to do is pay for the service so we can do the training, the finances, when they're doing expenditures and looking at real numbers of what their budget is up to date. That's where the finance component comes in. So that's what they're finalizing now. And then once this gets finalized, then they can start doing the training so the users are familiar with how to search for grants and how to do the grant management component with not only with their internal processes, but what reports are needed on the federal side of things.
So this 27,250 is just the renewal process. It's just an annual subscription fee, if you will. So there shouldn't have been anything from May of 2020 to tonight, December 2nd of 2021, that would have impeded anybody from using that. That's my point. And I think Vice President Canujo and I were, asking some relevant questions for this. We have to pay it. We are under contract to pay it. So next year, if finance could, somebody could just, make sure you've got a little tickler file that 27,250 has to be paid. It was due September 28th. So now we're overdue too. And I don't like that. I don't like being overdue on subscriptions because it puts us in contrast with that contract.
Now, as I understand this program, and Brian, correct me if I'm wrong, it would enable a grant writer or a staff person that's wanting to get a grant to go online and research grant opportunities that are out there, and I think it would be an invaluable tool if we use it, and my thought would be on that I mean, it's obviously something we're already into, and we have this contract. If we were able to hire some grant writers for the planning division, as I've been sort of advocating, it would be a wonderful tool for the grant writers. They would be able to really get on top of it and research and start bringing in additional grants. But you got to have warm bodies that are motivated and to go out and chase after these dollars. But if we had grant writers that were tasked with doing that for the nation, this would be a great tool, for them to use, and it would we would all benefit and probably make up the money that we're spending in incoming grants,
Absolutely. So that's what I thought too, and I didn't mean to cut you off either,
Sure.
President Eckelhawk,
No,
but
it's okay.
that's my thought as well. And all of the directors for programs write their own grants. So here we are today, and it would be just really wonderful if they were able to kind of commingle their knowledge bases, and you can, there's a lot of good to it if it's used. And that's what we want them to do, is let's use it, folks, and see if we need to have more training. If this gal needs to come back out, let's bring her out. I wasn't brought into the idea that the finance integration was being done because I chair the IT committee, and that hasn't been brought to our committee. So who's doing that, do you know?
Finance integration, that's with Harrison and East Civis. They've been communicating because they're trying to integrate that whole system because it's cloud-based, and with the, what's that program they use? Yes. So they're trying to iron out their kinks because there's a lack of communications from, I guess, one cloud to the other. So they're trying to bridge that to make sure that all the documents and it's connecting. So they're trying to iron that out. So that should be almost, if not done now, it should be pretty close.
Could you bring Pius into that too, please? Because see, that's the whole thing, remember before, and I don't mean to take up our time tonight, but I want to make it clear to everybody that we have an understanding of the IT infrastructure and the IT asset management piece of that. We need to know what we have. We need to be able to budget this stuff. We need to know that this is coming over the fence. And that's kind of what happened this time. It was just kind of thrown over the fence with no insight to even J.D. Young's architect for us. So that's the importance of it. And it's not just because we're trying to be nosy, and we are on a need to know within IT because of the asset management and the architect piece. So we know if we move something around, does it impact? And we know it doesn't because it's cloud-based. but still, it still needs to be in scope. So, let me know if you need any help, and if you could bring Pius into that, that would be awesome, because we want to use it, right?
But I know we think.
Okay, well, that's a good point, because it's a splendid system. I'm low-tech myself, I'll never use it, but I wanted to use it when I was working with the fundraising committee. I had envisioned actually myself learning it and trying to get up to speed on it, but I found that I just don't have the time, But I would love to get some fundraisers hired and put to work in some fashion. Go ahead.
Yes, I have a question. Why aren't the directors being trained, and why aren't there like monthly or bi-monthly meetings held with the directors and charge them with, they mandatorily have to learn how to use it and do some searches for their area and get together, everybody get together and work on producing a grant. To me, it's making the managers accountable because they are the ones who know the needs and they can use the verbiage that is required in those specialized grants. And I just think it's a shame that our managers are not made responsible directors for learning how to use it and to mandatorily meet once or twice a month and start producing something and show the administration that they are actually making an effort to learn it and produce something with it. It's not that hard to use once you, I haven't used this, but grants are just sitting down and following the instructions. You just got to follow exact instructions. And with a tool like this, would it take hiring a consultant or maybe a grant writer to do that, to train? Because I'm thinking about down the road, we should be producing some trained people to know how to do this, to how to write grants. In the larger tribes, the managers, they write their grants. The managers do, and they seek out other grants. And that would be a recommendation for us, I would think, is that we try to institute that in our tribe so that on down the road we could start getting more in, and especially with such a valuable tool. And I'm very sorry to hear that it was not put together right.
Well, I was too, and I think that the whole thought behind it was good, but it was not executed. The execution was poor. So we have some opportunity, and I would say this much, that I would expect, and maybe you're already doing it, but having your bi-weekly meetings and having a strategy for contracts and grants and where are we at, and just have a timeline. And we've got all this going on. Oh, well, this is in scope, but we're here, and this is due here, and some kind of swim lanes. That's what I would expect. And I don't know if that's what's going on today, but I would highly recommend that we get a grip on this, because we've got a lot of money coming down the pipe, and feel like our hands and the sand's just like running through it, right? We'll have nothing going on. And we need to do that. And if you don't feel like people are capable of doing that, please raise your hand, and we'll figure out what we can do next. I'm sure that there's something else we can do if you don't think that we have what it takes to do that.
President Alcohol.
And I say that respectfully, by the way. I'm not trying to be, any kind of way. I'm just saying that we are really leaning on you to drive this initiative at a director and above level. So, right? Am I okay? Okay.
And I would just add, we've had multiple trainings on it. It's just been a rough year with the whole COVID. So everyone's been We got to put that in consideration too with our whole IT infrastructure. It was under wraps, so there was priorities changing inside the tribe as well, but I understand where you're coming from, so that's why we want to go ahead and move forward with this, because what you're saying, that is the whole initial part of us moving forward with this. But there was some little tweaks going on in the last year or so with not only our IT infrastructure, but with the whole COVID, priorities were changing all over the place, where things had to be moved around administratively as well as on the program level. So it didn't kick off as efficiently as we wanted. That's why we still want to pursue what we have here, because our whole initial is benefiting that. Because if we can get our managers and directors to utilize this, we have cost savings, so we don't have to have consultants on the grant writers, because we all know grant writers are super expensive, because they are at high hourly rate when we look at our administrative side things. So if we can save the tribe a lot of money if we utilize this and benefit this program efficiently. That's why we want to move forward with it. It's just, I know there were some kinks in the road through this process at the first year, not only on the infrastructure side of it, but with the whole pandemic. So we do want to make sure that these managers and the directors know what direction we go. They own this software, and they take leadership in knowing that, hey, this is kind of a mandatory method, not only with the grant writing, but also it's going to be incorporated on the management side of it. Because a lot of times they spend a lot of times in-house doing reports and things like this. This is going to streamline that process, where now they're not solely in the office doing reports for the federal side of things. They can do it on a timely manner. So now you free up a lot of their office time where they're doing a lot more outreach and they're out on the field. So that's another benefit with this program. But it's just been a couple of little hiccups in the road, but you know, I understand where you're coming from. That's our whole intake with our direction as we move forward. So I do hear what you're saying, so we'll definitely move in that direction. But I just kind of want to add to it. It's just,
I appreciate it. It's $65,000 that hasn't been utilized, okay? And that's a lot of money. That's a staff position, okay? And second of all, the takeaway tonight is to get your team together and find out who's working on what, get some timelines going. When is this due? Where are we at? Do we need all hands on deck? Et cetera, et cetera, et cetera. You're going to have to be kind of that planning guy. This should be done, and it should be done every week, every Friday staff meeting, or even bi-weekly. But it has to be done. We've got a lot of opportunity. And like I said, for me, I just see caution lights right now. I don't see green. I see caution lights because this funding's here, it's coming in right now, and we don't have anybody saying, hey, I own that. So please, you know, get them together and get a timeline going, and you're just going to have to be real assertive and say, look, you know, I expect you to find 3 grants for next week and figure out which one is the most doable. That's all, President.
Well, I thank you for that. I mean, my take on it is that right now it's raining grant opportunities, you know, like never before. And so we need to really gear up to go after that, you know, and with this program in place, if we can get everybody marching, yeah, we're bringing a lot of money, you know, so.
President, even our foundation can use it.
Well, yeah.
The foundation could actually, you know, benefit from it as well.
Mm-hmm. Yeah. So true. And once it gets up and rolling, you know, I would hope that they would have access to it as well. Now, is this a program that could be loaded onto everyone's computer, or are there just certain computers that you go to that have this on it that you could do your research? How would it work? You know, can I, sitting in my office, access this and do some plinking around, research?
it is license-based, but yeah, you can go on there and, you know, if you have a team, you know, y'all can go on there. Like if there's a department that has a couple of people, they can share an account and they can go on there and look at, grants together. But it is license-based, so there's only a set number.
There's 15 licenses.
So that'd be
So
15
only 15
stations.
people can be on that web-based application at the same time. We could all have it, but if
Yeah.
only you're using it at that time, you're good to go. But if 15 people are, you might get kicked off.
Okay. Well, it sounds like it's something really great to have, but we really got to gear up to use the heck out of it, I
Yeah.
think. Find a way to do that.
So that's the IT Communications Committee has recommended paying that subscription fee of $27,250 for eCVIS. Resolution 2177.
I'll make a motion to approve this resolution.
And
But
why is
also,
why is it even on a resolution? I mean, it's just a bill.
Yeah, that's what I was getting ready to say. It's because it's from the CARES funding.
Okay,
But-
there you go.
But I was just talking to George, we're contractually obligated to pay this, correct?
We are
And then when-
obligated. We signed a 3-year contract.
And then, oh my gosh, and then whenever we get our first grants, then that actually pays for it? Does it pay it back for the third year? Or are they going to be putting in to pay for this third year? Because, where are we going to get the money? We won't have CARES.
We don't have
and
CARES next year.
Who knows if we can even pay for it with ARPA? So will they be, when they apply for these grants, will they be able to put in their subscriptions or whatever it is to pay for parts of this for the third year?
We hope to use IDC. We're working on that, so we're going to incorporate that in our IDC proposal. So that's going to pay for, and that's when all these other grants that we get, when we coop IDC, that lump sum that comes out of that will pay for it.
Speaking of IDC, have we started that process? It's almost the
Yes.
end of the year? Okay,
Yes,
just wondering.
we have.
All right, but I still make a motion to approve.
Thank you.
I'll second.
Before we vote on this, couple of things for the resolution is just the date needs to be changed, December 2nd. Also to the second whereas, I don't know if we really need the and Microsoft Teams. I guess we're all here. I don't think any of us are.
Right.
But to Councilwoman Butler's point as well was, this was also brought up in the Budget Committee meeting. I think that's where it really started was, why wasn't it discussed for the IT communications? And that was my question too, was, how's this going to be sustainable down the road? Where's the sustainability aspect? And that was what was expressed to me was IDC was going to be the one taking care of the fee down the road and everything else, which is fine. My question would be is, and that's why I was asking Treasurer Chapman here just a while ago, sidebar, was, did this ever get approved through the Budget Committee? It did get approved through the budget?
It got approved by the budget, so we brought it to council, then it got tabled to go back to IT.
Okay. Couldn't remember the timeline on that. So I just want to make sure that the 27,250 was actually there. Okay.
All right, so we have a motion, and do we have a second? Okay, and a second. Any further discussion on the motion? Hearing none, call for the vote, please.
Jordan Canuho,
Yes.
George Carter, P.S., Carol Chapman,
Yes.
Cynthia Butler,
Yes.
Donna Hare,
Yes.
Gene Evans,
Yes.
Sammy Kimball.
Yes.
Thank you, council. Motion carries. Next item is the language program discussion and/or action. And so, Sammy?
That's me again. Sorry, you guys. Okay, so I had a conversation with our Pawnee language instructors, who are part-time people that bring a valuable subject to anybody that's interested in our language. They've also been tasked to write the A&A grant as part-time instructors. And they're not getting any help, and they're not getting any support from the nation's offices, and they need that. They both work outside of here, and they spend Tuesday evenings teaching language, and they've been saddled with an A&A contract. And they're good with it. They're getting help. In fact, they had a couple friends to help them try to write it, but they need support from the operations area of the tribe to get this moving. So I wanted to bring that up tonight. I just had that discussion on my way over here on the phone. So I wanted to bring it to council to ask that maybe we can ask to have that done.
Thank you, Sammy. Yeah, the A&A grant, that's the biggie. That's the holy grail
That's
for
right.
language.
That's right. Yeah.
And I know that the language instructors were working closely with Vice President last spring. They were meeting dang near weekly, wasn't it, at one point? And they were working to basically make their submission for a lot of money for the language program. And then as they waded down into it, and it was on a volunteer basis at that point on their part, kind of like, well, I'm kind of writing a grant to fund myself, so there's some incentive. And I think that in linguistic school, they don't train our linguists about grant writing to support themselves, but they ought to. There ought to be a class on grant writing for linguists, but so that they can help secure funds for their position, just like any other ones of our managers, are supposed to be writing grants to support themselves. They're in an odd situation because they're not full-time employees.
They're not staff.
They're
That's
not
right.
staff.
That's
yeah.
right. That's the problem.
And anyway, so there came a point last spring or maybe early summer where they said, gee, we're really not ready to submit this grant. We need to do more planning, foundational planning for this language program. And so that's what we need to, we're going to quit working on the program, the A&A grant, for the year 2021. Instead, we're going to shift to doing some planning, and then we'll be ready to submit that grant in 2022. And so then in the interim, we did secure 82 or 92,000 for the language, and part of which was supposed to be for that planning that they were wanting to do to get ready to write this particular grant. Now, that's where I lost the thread. Did they actually use some of that $82,000 or $92,000 language
even
grant?
part of the
I think
thread.
that was an
I just got a call.
ILMS. It was an ILMS grant, I think, or something, or it might have been A&A CARES or something. But anyway, whether they used that money to do the planning they said they needed, I do not know. But now it sounds like they're returning to the task of getting this big A&A grant done for 2021. And I think that it's in the interest of the nation to help them do that. We've tried and failed in years past to get the A&A grant writing, a grant award. It's highly competitive. And the problem we faced last year, before we got the grant writers involved, is that the planning staff tried to write it, but they didn't know much about linguistics, and they knew how to put the grants together, but they didn't know the substantive part of it. And so we thought, well, let's bring in the grant writers. They know the substantive part, and we'll work with them to get a grant out the door. And so so now it looks like we got to circle back and team up with the grant writers at this point and make a joint effort to get this A&A grant written. And Brian was meeting with them very regularly as the planning director when they were working on that A&A grant. And so I think the ball now goes to Riva to pick that that work up, and I don't know about Vice President, but he was very instrumental in convening all of these weekly meetings to help them out. Brian had laid out on the first A&A grant the process and the stage and what we need to do at this juncture, this juncture, this juncture, and they were able to fill in the blanks, from the substantive end of it, which is what was missing in the past. And so now I think we've all just lost the thread on it, and so we got to circle back and say, okay, let's call a meeting with the grant writers. Let's bring them into the planning department and say, okay, when is this grant due? And we'll have to work with these guys. Now, normally this would be something that Herb would be deeply involved in as the division director. Yeah. But he's not a strong grant writer, So we need to find that kind of help elsewhere, and I guess it would fall on Reva's shoulders. The planning division, they're the ones that get the grants out the door, to work with them and develop a internal plan for getting that out the door, with their help. And I know they're outside grant writers. I thought I saw an email from Reva saying she wasn't going to work with outside grant writers anymore, but I don't know why, but it has to come through the division director. Okay, so Herb then would have to convene a meeting as the division director, and he would bring in the grant writers, and he would hook up with Reva, and they would all sit down and say, here's this A&A grant. It's due on April 1, and we need to develop a team to get this done. It's critical. The council has already declared a state of emergency. As a matter of policy, as Jordan put that together, and that it's our policy that we're trying to save on an emergency basis an endangered language, and to remove any barriers to preserving this language. And so, given that policy, and it is an official policy of this body, that we need to sit down with the grant writer. We're fortunate that they're coming to do this. They might be getting some pay. I don't know, because I know we had $82 or $92,000 to basically record some war dance songs and translate them, and to do this planning. And so conceivably that part's all done. I don't know. But anyway, I hope it's done. We had the money to do it. So.
And this takes us back to my talk about having those planning meetings for grants that I just alluded to.
Well.
All of these grants are in our lanes, and we've got a timeline for every one of them, and we've got to stay on top of every
Yeah.
one of them
Well-
from the beginning,
well-
from applying.
Yeah, well, I think that when Brian was directing the planning office, he had a protocol and of dates and activities that needed to be done step by step in order to get a grant out the door by X date, and then walking it back from there, that he laid out. And so I think they need some sort of guidance like that, kind of like what you did, Brian, before. I don't know if you would, it would probably be falling on Reva's plate, I suppose, to do that. But yeah, well, that's an understaffed. I think that's an understaffed department. They got a lot on their plate, that's for sure, and that's why I've been trying to get a couple additional grant writers over there. If we had a grant writer, that person would be working with these guys, and we're working with Herb, and it would be well underway. So, did they tell you?
Somebody that has historically
Yeah.
successful.
Or we could contract it out and see if we had those monies, the ARP monies, to hire a grant writer with funds to hire outside grant writers, then this would be easy peasy because we got the experts to work with in our instructors. And so I don't know how you guys would like, and does it fall to our council to have to, how many councilmen does it take to change a light bulb? Do we all have to work on this grant? Or can we enlist some of the staff to, no, I mean, we could, you know, it would be awesome if Jordan and Sammy could plug into this process and help get it keep it rolling, you know, basically, you know, because he's got 3 or 4 jobs. He's got more jobs than all of the rest of us put together. Well, you want to be the new Jordan on this project, and now, and he had worked with these guys on a weekly basis, you know, pretty much a weekly basis for 3 or 4 months, you know, and then they finally said, hey, we need to go back, hold this in abeyance, and then we need to do some planning here. So I think that we just need to have a meeting with Sammy and the grant writers and probably Brian as Reva's supervisor, and Reva and Herb, Herbert, and the two did I say I didn't, the 2 linguists, I mean, yeah, and have a meeting on it, a planning meeting to get this thing done. Okay. How does that sound, Brian? Does that sound like a way that we could work together on that?
That's not a problem. I'm just trying to figure out, are we talking about the grant that's going on now, or are we talking about new funding? No, they just got funding that I talked to Herb about this week about getting a contract process. Are we referring to this, or are we talking about new A&A?
I think it's a new A&A language grant.
Okay.
It would be for,
That's not a problem.
it would be a,
Okay.
it would be, it's a huge A&A language grant for 3 years.
No, that's fine.
It's something like.
Just talked to Herb this week about another A&A, so
Yeah.
I'm just trying to make sure we're on the same page.
Well, it might be that $82 or $92,000 grant and again, I think that was an A&A CARES grant.
It was.
Yeah, and so he's got that
I
rolling.
just talked to her about it this week.
And a lot of that, most of that money's going to our language instructors.
For Zach
And Herb.
Taylor.
But this is
New
the
funding.
biggie. This is a 3-year A&A.
Okay. Yeah. And we can set that up and get them help wherever they need, yeah. 'Cause I remember we were talking about it, and they want to do some surveys, and we were going to use SurveyMonkey through our stuff. So yeah, we can set that up, figure out what they need, and we can assist them. And we did that last time, so we can update it. And
I think that would be
make it
good, you
relevant.
know. And I think it should be looked upon as a priority because the council has already declared a language emergency. That we have an endangered language. This is amounts to an emergency. We declared a state of emergency, and our policy is to try to preserve this language no matter what. And if there's any barriers in any fashion, our policy is to surmount those barriers and get the money and get our language preserved. So this is a big priority to the nation, and so it should be looked upon as a priority in that light. And so if we can set up a meeting, probably call her tomorrow, you know, and say, hey, let's set up a meeting with the language instructors and Councilwoman Kimball, and of course, Vice President, if you're still, if you need another job, why? But But, and to make a plan, you know, and whatever they need, and to the extent it's humanly possible within our staff, we'll try to help them. But it's really our job to do that, get that out the door. It's not their job, it's our job to do it, and they're just there to help us. And that's the way we should look at it, you know, that we have to shoulder that burden, take ownership of the need to get that A&A grant out, and on a priority basis. You know, that would be my thought. Okay. Well, thank you. No, thank you.
President, before we get off of this subject here, you know, one of the things too last year that we learned, Treasurer Chapman actually reminded me, she was also involved in some of those meetings as well. So
That's right.
Yeah,
was.
she remembered. They attended the ANA, what was it? The
Workshop.
Yeah, the workshop and everything else. So they attended it, and they realized how much work they still needed planning. That's where they began to do the planning.
That's why they decided to hold on.
To really get everything they needed and everything else. One of the things too, and this is a goal of mine here as I serve on the council, is to hire them as our language teachers, not to be contract. Because once they're employees of the Pawnee Nation, and I know talking to Zach and Taylor, that's their goal too, is to be employees, to work for the Pawnee Nation, to teach our language. They can devote 100% of their time to our language, and just imagine how much further we would be along if we had these two young men here fully employed, devoting that much time to our language. I mean, they do a lot just on the time that they are able to spend on this. I mean, they both work 2 full-time jobs and everything else, and on top of that, doing this as well. So, from what I heard as well, is getting them the help they need, whatever that may be, to take off some of that burden, would definitely be in the right course for that. But even if we can hire one at the time being, I think that would be very beneficial to us. And so, my encouragement is trying to find the funds to do that, and also a staff person there within our language department that we could really get that thing moving along. That would be something really, I think, great for this council to do, is actually have a language department where we have our language instructors on our as employees for the Pawnee Nation, and not just contract workers as they've been over the past several years. To me, that would be the goal that I would like to see happen for this council. So yeah, I'm willing to help out however needed and getting things moved along and everything else with this A&A grant. It is very highly competitive. As I learned last year, there was 15 awards for that grant out of how many federally recognized tribes in the United States. So I mean, that's as competitive as you can be with it. But I believe our people can do it, and we can definitely move forward on that.
Well, I thank you for that recommendation, and I support it 100% too, you know, because that was one of my platforms in my big race for this position. It was a hotly contested race, unopposed, but yet, you know, I would like to see these two young men be full-time Pawnee educators, you know, sooner rather than later, you know, and you know, we've declared this to be an emergency situation, and so we need to step up to the plate as a nation to get these guys on board. To follow up on our emergency words, you know, it's got to be matched with action, you know, and so you know. It's a priority matter. Okay, new business. No, thank you, Sammy. You've raised some good stuff, as usual. First item up under new business, approval of appointment to Pawnee Service Unit Health Board. And I understand that currently Tiffany is our representative on that health board. And she informed us that we have the opportunity now to name 2 representatives. And in past times, it's normally been the president or whatever, but in this instance, Dr. Evans knows far more medicine than me. I'm just an armchair guy. I would, my recommendation would be to appoint Dr. Evans to the Pawnee Service Unit Health Board. He has agreed to do that in a heartbeat, And I would say this, that I had a long discussion with Seneca Smith in the, where was I? I was in the IHS waiting to get some exotic treatment over there. But we visited, we chatted, and he's got some big plans for that IHS. And we mentioned, I said, about expanding the clinic, actually building onto the clinic some sort of emergency weekend care unit, and I said, well, that's exactly what Dr. Evans was wanting to see for our rural medical delivery system, some sort of emergency care unit for the community. And he said that we think we can serve the community with the consent of the Pawnee Nation, not just tribal members, but we can enlarge our coverage here if the nation consented to do that. And so I said, well, by golly, I think Dr. Evans and you have a lot to talk about here. And so, and then secondly, and furthermore, I was saying, I said, let me ask you a question, Seneca. I said, Dan, we got all of these silos on our little bitty reserve out here on IT. You got an IT silo at the health clinic. You got one at the college. You got one at the nation. You got one at the housing authority. You got one at the TDC. You got one uptown. We got all these silos out there. I said, can we not have a summit with all of our IT silos and see if there's a way we can trim down the silos, and if there's any coordination, cost savings, overlapping, that we could work together to kind of make everything work together. He says, yeah, I'd be real interested in that. He said, I got a great IT guy here, right here in this building, and he's a very progressive person, and maybe he could team up with Pius or whatever, So he's more than willing to sit down with an IT silo summit on our reservation with the communication IT committee, and we could pull together all of our IT silos and get them in one room and see if there's ways we can collaborate and work with each other, coordinate, and maybe result in some cost savings and a better IT infrastructure for all the entire campus as well as the city of Pawnee. And so he's down. He liked that idea. Seneca liked that idea. So anyway, I'm drawing out our meeting here, but I'm asking approval of Dr. Evans to serve on this health board.
I'll make a motion to approve the appointment.
I'll second.
Any further discussion on the motion? And thank you, Cynthia, for your motion and your second, Vice President. Hearing none. Mr. Secretary, call for the vote, please.
Jordan Canuho,
Yes.
George Gardner, yes. Carol Chapman,
Yes.
Cynthia Butler,
Yes.
Donna Hare,
Yes.
Gene Evans.
Abstain.
Oh, yeah. Sammy Kimball.
Yes.
Motion carries. Thank you, Council. Motion carries, and congratulations to Dr. Evans. as our brand-new appointment to the Pawnee Service Unit Health Board. Next item, approval of the 2022 holiday schedule.
That's mine, President Echohawk. Sorry, didn't mean to manipulate the meeting tonight, but I chair the HR committee, and the committee's worked long and hard on this, and we finally got it finalized today. Cynthia, thanks for your feedback on it too, because we had a few extra days that we were able to eliminate. So, as you can see, we've got the first of the year, the first actual, because of the way this year ends 2021, New Year's is actually celebrated on the Friday, and then you come back to work on the 2nd. So the first holiday, of course, will be January 17th. We've got Martin Luther King. We've got Chiefs Day, which I thought was awesome, February 21st. Memorial Day, Pawnee Code Talkers Day. We had a resolution for that. That is July the 1st. We'll celebrate July the 4th as an observed day, or break camp day, if you will, if you want to call it that. We've got Labor Day, Indigenous Peoples Day, Veterans Day, Thanksgiving Day, Pawnee Nation Day. That'll be the Friday after Thanksgiving, which is always nice to have off. December the 23rd, they'll celebrate Christmas Eve and have Christmas Day on Monday, so it'll be a 4-day weekend, which is awesome. And the 30th for New Year's Eve. And one of the really great intrinsic benefits of the tribe is you get to have your birthday off. So that's always really nice too. And so I submit this to you and ask for us to go ahead and approve it. Thank you.
President Eckhoff,
Yes.
I do want to make a comment and ask the council to do one thing, and that is for the Indigenous Peoples Day. You know, a lot of tribes around the nation have already declared that from Columbus Day as Indigenous Peoples Day, and I think that it would be nice if this council would do a resolution to declare it Indigenous Peoples Day, to make it official for a Pawnee Nation holiday. That would be my only recommendation, and I'm very happy that because nobody knew that we had a Pawnee Nation Code Talkers Day. It was declared in 2014 in honor of our Code Talkers who went fought in World War II, and that day is actually observed on July 3rd. So I'm glad that the committee decided to go ahead and honor that day as a Pawnee Nation holiday. So, but that's the only recommendation that I would have for Indigenous Peoples Day, if we can do that pretty soon, and get a resolution of proclamation, I guess is what it would be, to declare that Indigenous Peoples Day for the Pawnee Nation.
I think that would be a good touch, Cynthia.
And I'll make a motion to approve the holiday schedule for 2022.
I'll second that.
Any discussion? I'm going to take the John Echohawk approach when he was my boss. We don't really need this many holidays, folks. He was a Scrooge, I guess, when it came
I
to
worked private
making us
sector.
work.
We only had 7 days.
But as Jamie knows, I'm easy peasy. I've never said no on admin leave. In fact, where's an admin leave day? I'll bet. You guys forgot the admin leave day. Okay. Any further discussion? I'm getting goofy here. I've been up since about 4 o'clock this morning. Hearing none. Call for the vote, sir.
Jordan Canujo,
Yes.
George Gardner, yes. Carol Chapman,
Yes.
Cynthia Butler,
Yes.
Donna Hare,
Yes.
Gene Evans,
Yes.
Sammy Kibble.
Yes.
Thank you, council. Motion carries. Hopefully, we can get this published on our website and down the road. Or Cynthia, when did you want to get that motion put into, or declaration put into place for October 10? You want to wait until right up to that time and do that, or
Just sometime at the first of the year would be good.
Okay, well,
We'll get a resolution drafted up and
I'm going to leave it to your leadership on that.
Thank you.
Because I think that's a great idea. Okay, excellent. Thank you, council. Next item, Budget Committee recommendations. We have two of them, and the first one is approval of 2137 low-income housing, water assistance, what am I? I'm sorry, I missed that. Next item, strike that. Next item is approval of Pawnee Nation Organization Chart revisions, and who's going to present on that? What revisions are we making?
I'll speak on that. So, in y'all's packet, I'll try to make this long story short. So we've been working on this for several months back in May. What we are basically moving is one program. We're moving IHS housekeeping and ground maintenance under the Division of Health and Community Service, where it was previously at the Division of Property. So we're just moving this. So me, Laura May, Tiffany, and Jimmy, we've been working together to see and look at the pros and cons of switching it. You know, right now Tiffany oversees the IHS contracts that we have in place. She does all of them besides this one. Like you mentioned earlier, she is a representative at the IHS board, so you know she's always there, and she can, if there's any issues going on, she's already there where she can handle if any complaints, you know. So talking to Tiffany, talking to Jimmy with the new rising agricultural department, we all agreed that, you know, it would best fit under Tiffany's program, that she's already administrating all the IHS contracts. This is just something that we would integrate, and we just wanted to make it official with this. So we just wanted to ask council for the approval of moving that program from Jimmy to Tiffany's.
Thank you for that, sir. Council?
I have one, I'm good with that, but I just have one question. Is there any reason why the procurement office is under finance and not under grants and contracts, planning and tribal development? It just seems like a conflict for me. Most often than not, it's under ops rather than the finance area.
I have to get with Harrison on that. That was before I got here. I know it was previously under Jimmy, and then they moved it under finance. I don't think it was ever been under planning, but I can see why.
I would say pull it out from finance. I don't care where you put it, but it needs to come out of finance because that's just a complete conflict. And it needs to be moved. It really isn't a best practice for operational charts.
Okay. Yeah, let me get with the team. We have an organization, little team that we look at, so we can review that. And
Brian, when you do that, can you make it a little bit bigger? It's very hard to read. And I'm not that old, but I couldn't find it until I really had to squint. But if we could just do something with the look of this and make it, I know we all
I
have
don't know
problems
print
with
it,
it.
but we'll make sure that we print bigger ones. I don't know how.
And I agree with what Councilwoman Kimball said about pulling it out from under finance. I think it needs to be somewhere else.
Yeah.
I'm in agreement with that.
When this was originally set up, it was set up out of finance as being checks and balances. And at some point, it got moved back under. And so I agree with moving it out again.
Thank you.
Thank you. Any other comments? Hearing none, may I have a motion to approve the change in the chart?
I'll make a motion to approve the revisions to the Pawnee Nation organizational chart.
Does that include procurement?
Should we, or do we know where we want to put it? Because I'll sure make that in my motion.
Either that or have Brian come back with a recommendation.
You want to come,
Table it.
go ahead and table?
I think we should table it until they have an opportunity.
We could do this one and have the IHS take of so they can move forward with what they need to do on their business, and then I can come back, because it's just a quick fix. I come back with the procurement, because I don't want to hold back the IHS.
So, next meeting?
Please come back with the
We'll
recommendation.
find out, I guess.
My motion stands with the added that they come back with a recommendation to take care of the procurement issue.
Okay.
I'll second that.
Thank you.
All right, we have a motion and we have a second. Any discussion? Hearing none, call for the vote, sir.
Jordan Canuho,
Yes.
George Gardner, yes. Kel Chapman,
Yes.
Cynthia Butler,
Yes.
Donna Hare,
Oh, yes.
Gene Evans,
Yes.
Sammy Kimball.
Yes.
Thank you, council. Now we come to Budget Committee recommendations. First one being approval of 2137 Low-Income Home Water Assistance Program. I can't read the initials there, but CAA Budget Mod number 1. And who's going to present on that?
Okay, yes, President, this is an increase in federal funding for utilities assistance. And it is increasing the budget from $62,813, adding $11,522 for a utility assistance, coming up with the higher total of $74,451,000. I make a motion. This came before the Budget Committee and was approved, so I make a motion.
Is there a second?
I'll second.
Thank you, Carol, for your motion, and Cynthia for your second. Any discussion on the motion, please? Hearing none, call for the vote, sir.
Jordan Canuho,
Yes.
George Gardner, yes. Carol Chapman,
Yes.
Cynthia Butler,
Yes.
Donna Hare,
Oh, yes.
Gene Evans,
Yes.
Sammy Kimball.
Yes.
Thank you, council. Motion carries. Next item is approval of 4202 BIA Tribal Court Budget Mod number 1. And who's going to present?
I will, President. This was also approved by the Budget Committee, and it's for the tribal courts. It's federal and indirect cost, and it is for the increase of $25,000 for the tribal court system for some very badly needed equipment. They needed fireproof file cabinets and a copier. So it increased the budget to $109,655, and I recommend approval of this for the tribal courts. I'll make a motion.
I'll second.
Thank you, council. We have a motion and second. Any discussion on the motion, please? Hearing none, call for the vote, sir.
Jordan Canuho,
Yes.
George Gardner, yes. Carol Chapman,
Yes.
Cynthia Butler,
Yes.
Donna Hare,
Oh, yes.
Gene Evans,
Yes.
Sammy Kimball.
Yes.
Before we leave, or as we leave this item and move on, I would just add that I think councils in the past, Cynthia and Donna, correct me if I'm wrong, have occasionally met with the tribal court judges, the judicial branch of our government. And I'd like us to think about possibly having a joint meeting with them, maybe a dinner or a luncheon at some point, so we could just get acquainted with them, see what they're doing, find out what their needs are, and kind of make it at least an annual thing.
Yeah, it's supposed to be. I believe it's the first Monday or Tuesday in October. And they're supposed to, they meet annually. That's their, when the judge at the Supreme Court meets, and they always invite the council to come and meet with them. But it didn't happen this year. Did we?
Because of the COVID?
I didn't see the invitation. We may have been invited.
I don't recall seeing anything.
Okay.
I know we were last year. President, you and I attended last year.
Yeah.
I didn't see one this year, though.
Do we want to wait until the annual meeting or do something before then? Okay, well, let's put that on, Jamie, we'll put that on the burner. We'll try to figure out a convenient time to do that. Maybe a luncheon, or probably a luncheon or something if we are able. Could be in this very room. Okay, thank you. So next item is item 5 on the agenda here as amended, approval of Resolution 2196, land allocation, Pawnee Nation Youth Learning Center. And who's going to present on this item?
I guess I should probably present if nobody else is planning to. This was put on the agenda, and it really should read, I think, building allocation. Yeah, instead of land allocation.
So we'll make that correction.
So this is giving, we should have taken it off the rental list, and so this gives education the exclusive use of multipurpose, and we don't rent it out anymore.
Now,
It'll be used for the learning center.
you mean the wellness center or the learning center?
It's going to be the multipurpose.
Oh, the okay. You know,
Yeah.
I'm really attracted to the idea of converting that, what is it, the wellness center with the gymnasium and everything, into a youth center of some kind, because we have nothing for our youth in the community. And I know I can recall back fondly, in my adolescent days as a military brat. I spent hours playing pool, of course, well into my adulthood. But as an adolescent, we had youth centers on the Air Force Base. And I spent hours there just enjoying the activities, a dance or whatever it was. And it would be so nice if under this council that we could actually have a really nice youth center. But it's not enough just to set aside a building. We have to have a program to go with it.
That's right.
I don't know who's going to be administering it, but we've got a lot of kids in the community of all ages, and we need
This does fall under education. Susie, Knife Chief, and there are great plans, and I'm on the advisory committee along with Linda Justice, several others, Farron Thompson, Riva, and we do have plans. We got a proposal to add walls and do all kind of stuff, and we're in that process right now, which will probably be coming to council next meeting. But yeah, so that it's all in the works, and Susie has a great plan. So
I should have known all roads lead to George.
and I'm gonna also do the construction. Not really.
Now, is it going to entail hiring some staff or maybe a youth? Okay. Yeah, I mean, if you get one good staff person, it would just be a wonderful addition to our community. Sammy?
Yeah, does this include the entire building? Or
It doesn't include the gym part.
Oh, it doesn't?
No, just everything, the multi-purpose part.
Oh, God.
On the north side?
Yes.
You mean where they have funerals and stuff?
Yes.
That's going to really kind of encroach upon our mourners, because we only have a certain number of buildings to do that.
It will, but at this point, that room will be utilized by the youth center.
We just had a service there this week.
Can you not, what about why is the gym not included? Because that could be used for a mourner's feast.
Yeah.
Yeah, space cost has a lot to do with that, and I do know that it was quoted $40,000 for just the part per year for the multi-purpose part. So, and I know the gym has agreements with the school doing practices there, so Susie didn't want to get involved with all that management with dealing with the school and stuff.
So there's no more rental, there's no more, you cannot have a funeral there anymore, it's all gonna be for you.
I would say right now, yes, that's correct. Unless there's an emergency situation before this construction, then yeah, that would probably be allowed. But we just wanted to make sure that no other entities were in there while we're in the planning process, unless there is an emergency, need an emergency space.
Well, my point is that we only have this building and we have the roundhouse now. We only have two options. We lost two tribal members this week. One was here and one was there. I mean, that, to me, I don't know if I can support that.
But could they not use the gym for a funeral? The
That's been used
gymnasium?
before.
I guess so. But then we're, as long, I would say yes, that's probably very doable, as long as, property's over there taking care of the floors.
They'd
and-
have to
and
put down
bring-
they'd have to put down a tarp on the floor,
That's right,
the basketball court.
that's right. And
But
and
they
those
have
are
done it
expensive
before.
And they're expensive to refinish.
Yeah.
Okay, yeah, that would make sense. And then a splash pad. I want our kids to have a splash pad.
What's a splash pad?
I want our kids to have a splash pad.
What is a splash pad?
They got like water squirting up all
Oh,
over
good
them.
night. That
They
makes
run
my
around.
back, that'll throw my back out. I'd like to attend the first sock hop at the youth center. No, but this would be a big feather, I think this would be a big feather in our cap to have a youth center of some kind,
President Echohawk, it's well on its way, and it's long overdue. I know that I've been living in Pawnee for close to 35 years, and I've seen several attempts to get one, and it's never happened. It's just like it's never happened with Pawnee, and I think this is the time it's going to happen. And we haven't used the multipurpose that much lately. It's not used very often, and so if we could use the roundhouse more and use this building more, I think it's time. I think it's time to do this for our youth, and I feel that the gym is going to come into it. It has to be, because I know Sammy asked me something about it, and I was talking from the wellness center, and then Susie had to correct me. No, it's multi-purpose, and so I get those kind of interchanged. But we built that 20 years ago with a partnership with Pawnee Schools that they would play there to qualify for regional, not regional, area. And our agreement with Mr. Williams is we'd do it for 10 years. We did it for 10 years. The school pulled out of it at that time because they said they would never pass a bond issue for a gymnasium because so many people thought that this belonged to the school. So that's why they went back to that little bitty gym to try to get people to vote for a bond issue for it. But it's time, and I think it's going to be a great thing that we do for the kids in the community.
Yeah, I mean, we have the opportunity to have like a world-class youth center, and wouldn't that be nice? It really would be. It would be a huge addition to our community. So,
President Echo, I just have a few things on the resolution that needs to be changed around.
yes.
So on the 4th whereas and the 5th whereas, if we could get the first part of the 5th whereas, it says building allocation has been approved by the property committee on May 19th, 2021. If we can replace 4 with that part, and then take out number 4 because it's repeated in number 5 at the very end. And I like the language there, but if we could just change that around, it'll read better.
Thank you for that.
So, Donna, excuse me, just to be clear, for me,
Yes.
just from me. So, multi-purpose, so the meeting room, the dining room, the kitchen, and then we have some offices, and then we have restrooms. And is that where it stops, past the restrooms, or does it also take the concession stand too?
Ooh, I I don't think it takes the breezeway. I think the breezeway stays open.
It's community,
uh,
it's community,
Which
communal.
the snack bar's in.
And the classroom around,
Oh, and that classroom's open behind there? too?
yeah, that,
Yeah.
They're just a place to put food, you know,
Mhm.
I mean, I'm just thinking
Yeah.
ahead. And, did I have any more? I guess that's all. Thank you.
Well, Cynthia, did you mention in the third whereas clause that the word land should be building? Okay. Oh, okay. Oh, okay. Okay, thank you. Do we need to say that the gym is excluded on this, or what?
It's not named because that's the wellness center.
Yeah, it's the
And this is the multipurpose center. So it's two separate names, two separate entities.
Okay, what's next? Any further discussion on the motion as corrected?
Is there a motion?
I'll make a motion to approve.
I'll second.
We have a motion, we have a second. Any further discussion? I think this is a big step. I really do. You know, it's a huge, it will be someday a huge addition to our community on behalf of our youth. No further comments? Mr. Secretary, call for the vote, please.
Jordan Canuho,
Yes.
George Gardner, PS, Carol Chapman,
Yes.
Cynthia Butler,
Yes.
Donna Hare,
Aho, yes.
Gene Evans,
Yes.
Sammy Kimball.
Yes.
Okay, thank you, council. Motion carries. Next item is approval of letter of support for Indian Electric Cooperative's high-speed internet proposal. And who's going to present on this?
I'll present on this, President. About a couple weeks ago, I was contacted by Mr. David Wilson with the Indian Electric. They're actually writing a grant to the state. The state does have some ARPA funds that are going to be allocated to certain projects, and Indian Electric is going to request funds from the state to begin looking at expanding their broadband infrastructure. And so he contacted me about that and was asking if the Pawnee Nation would be willing to write a letter of support in this effort, just for the fact that I know in their area that they serve, some of our tribal members do live within the area and the bounds, and so it definitely would help to that extent. I did mention to him that this would be something that our Communications and IT Committee would like to review and discuss, and so he was more than happy to be put on the agenda for our meeting, and so he did attend that meeting. He did present to the committee. The committee asked the questions they needed to ask, and they were well in support of this, and so that's why we're bringing it here tonight before the council, just to get approval, and asking for the president's signature on this letter, and each one of you should have that letter in your packet. So that's what this is for.
Awesome, very awesome. Council, questions, comments?
I think it's a great thing. I think it's really good, and it is going to benefit a lot of our tribal members, so I definitely support it and will offer to make that motion.
I'll second
Motion
it.
to approve.
I'll second it.
Excellent. We have a motion and a second. Any?
I just had a question. So this means that there will be availability to high-speed internet. Is that what? We still got to pay a provider. Is that Indian Electric or?
That's correct, is that you'll still have to pay a provider for that, whether Indian Electric is going to basically put in the fiber that's there, and then they'll contract with AT&T or whomever that might be, Centel, whoever. And then through them, they will offer that service to their customers.
Just wondering. I was just hoping it would be free.
So
Go to
so
Starbucks,
They'll
go to Starbucks,
build
get on
the
Wi-Fi.
fiber to the home, and then
Yeah, I know, right? Your Netflix won't freeze up on you. Nah.
Yes.
I will comment on that. Councilwoman Kimball and I, we've been meeting with a grant writer, and he's been very involved in trying to get the Pawnee Nation on a good footing to get grant funding for us, for our people within our area, obviously. And some of that could go down the road of being able to offer that as a service, so that we would actually be the provider in a sense in that way. So then actually that will be economic revenue down the road for us as well. So that's definitely something we've been working on discussing with that. And to that, I'll put a little plug in here to those who may be watching this or maybe watching later on. There was a survey that went out probably about a week ago on our Facebook page, and I would like to ask our communications manager if she could go ahead and repost that later on down the road. But the survey, basically, you click on that and it'll ask you a lot of questions about your current service, what you like about it, dislikes, everything else. It will take maybe 5 minutes or so, however quick you are to read. But what that does is this will go towards us having the information we need to go after the funding that we need. And so we had a meeting today. I think 38 people filled out that information. So we definitely would like to have more of our tribal members be able to fill that survey out, so that we can really get a good understanding of the need that is needed within our boundaries. There's going to be a portion within that will ask you to take basically a test for your connectivity test. So you'll have to go to a website, and it will basically detect what your service speed is, your upload speed and your download speed, so that we have an accurate measuring of what really we're dealing with within our rural district. So those that are watching, please get on that survey. We need as many people to get on that as well. And we were discussing some kind of incentive down the road as well to those who take the survey. So there might be something that we can do to incentivize people to take that as well. But we need that information.
Could I ask a follow-on question on that? I really want to fill out the survey, and but is there a way? And maybe when Erica repost that, explain to low T people such as me, how do you access it? I mean, does the iPhone have a scanner capability, or how do you scan that, or how do you get to the go from that piece of paper to the survey? There's
Like a QR code? Oh, okay. Yeah.
I don't know how to do it. I mean,
Yeah.
I didn't know how to do it.
Yeah. Yeah, you just get onto your camera and you scan that code, and that code will take you to the link itself.
Really?
Yeah.
But this is how you do it? Okay.
There you go. Can't be doing that with your landline. Be trying to hold your landline over that.
All right, so may I have a motion to approve the letter?
It's been made.
Oh, it's been made.
We're ready
And-
for the vote.
Oh, we're ready for the vote. Okay, call for the vote, please, sir.
Okay. Jordan Canuho.
Yes.
George Gardner, yes. Carol Chapman.
Yes.
Cynthia Butler.
Yes.
Donna Hare.
Yes.
Gene Evans.
Yes.
Sammy Kimball.
Yes.
Thank you, council. Motion carries, and that brings us to the end of our business. And all that remains is to set the date for the next meeting. Council, it's at your pleasure.
Just a heads up, we may need to have a quick meeting early next week. We're having a special meeting tomorrow at housing level to approve a grant writer to go after our IHBG grant to provide housing. And I know we went to the property at first. They extended the deadline a month. So now that they've extended it a month, we're going to move forward again. And we will be coordinating with REVA. The tribe will be actually taking the helm on this one. with our coordination, we will pay for the grant writer, but that'll come in this meeting, assuming everything goes as planned. But we are looking at possibly the Waters property frontage on the road. So I know there was some issues. Anyway, we'll dive into that possibly early next week. But we do want to see this move forward and hopefully provide either tiny homes or a set of duplexes. We can either go after $3 million or $5 million on that grant, depending on our leverage. We got to have about $375,000 in leverage for the $3 million. Anyway, but just to let you guys know, we may end up having to call that meeting so we can move forward with everything. But hopefully it looks pretty good, and I believe they extended it because they didn't get enough submissions, and there's a lot of money out there, so hopefully we can move forward with this project. So just so you guys know, we may be calling that special meeting next week.
For the council or for the housing authority?
For the council. The housing has to approve it first, and then we got to send it. I think we need to go to property again about that land, because there were some issues, legal issues, whether to rent, sell, but we would just ask to rent. That's it. I mean, we would never try to sell it, but we'll get into that with property, and then it can come to PBC to move forward officially.
Excellent. Well, we'll look forward to entertaining that. It sounds like a pretty cool opportunity.
President Epperhart?
Yes, ma'am.
Excuse me, in light of the holidays, right? So just to get a plan in place for us, do you think we could go ahead and schedule, I know that we might have an urgent need next week, but the following week or the following week to put something on the calendar so we can work around it? Is that possible?
As far as having a meeting?
Yeah.
Yes, by all means.
We
Before
could do-
Christmas?
Well, because of finance, I think, we probably should always have it. We can always cancel it, but we should have something, I think, down and so that we all have a plan. We don't
Yeah.
go to a
Yeah.
holiday dinner or whatever.
Yes, by all means.
Our calendars are so full.
Carol, is there any budget committee time-sensitive things on the horizon?
Yeah.
So sometime after December 9, and subject to the housing authorities' need for something earlier. Actually, that's not that far away. Council, I'm at your disposal. I'm like the plumber. I'm at your disposal.
Do you think we should schedule one for Tuesday the 14th? Does that make sense? December the 14th? Does that work for you, Donna? You're done teaching, right? Yay. Everybody good on the 14th?
No, 14th,
We have a work thing on the 14th.
housing has a work thing on the 14th.
What day of the week is that? Tuesday.
How about the 16th?
Sure.
Huh?
That starts in the morning, though.
Is it 9 to 4?
It's a
So it
lot.
could be an evening meeting.
Yeah.
Has to be. The 16th, okay? See, it's already getting busy. So does the 16th work, you guys? Does that work for you,
It
President?
would have to be, I think, the 16th is that Unicot meeting. The nation, by the way, is hosting, probably in this room, a meeting for the Unicot organization, United Indian Tribes of Oklahoma, Kansas, and Texas. And Donna is our delegate, and Bruce Pratt is officer um, from 9 to 4, I think, so that day. So. That evening, Jamie, what is your thought?
Currently, right now, the tribe is still working with our grant writer. We are gathering information. We're in the information gathering portion of it right now. And so that's what the survey that we sent out is for. And so once we get to that point of submitting the grant, we'll do that and begin looking at building out as far as whatever the grant is that we're going for. The infrastructure that's there. One of the things that we have to keep in mind is this infrastructure bill that has been passed here recently is going to have some funding involved with that as well for broadband services. And so we are definitely keeping in mind, keeping an eye open to that and being mindful of that. And that's all going to go into what we're doing right now. So we're definitely on the strategic part of it, getting everything we need in order for that, and we will continue to pay attention to what funding comes down and go after the funding that's available for us. As far as will it interfere with the Indian Electric project, no, it won't. One of the things in the aspects of this grant and with the grant writer is that the information that goes out as far as where has certain broadband capacity has already been placed, that's all considered in what they call data mapping. And the data map will show exactly where certain areas already have the broadband installed. And so what we will do is we will go after the areas that have not been reached as far as broadband installation. And so what basically Indian Electric is doing is asking for our support, and those areas that they're going to be installing could benefit and hopefully will benefit our Pawnee Nation members in the area that they serve. And so it won't have any effect as far as us competing with Indian Electric to that extent. I think at the end of the day, it's going to be very good for them, but it's also going to be very good for us too. So hopefully that answers that question.
Thank you for that. Okay, so where are we, folks? Okay, that would have to be in the evening, right, Jamie? 5:30, a 5:30 meeting? Is that too early?
Right?
6:30? 5:30, you sure?
On the 16th?
Yeah. Here.
Virtual?
That way they can get set up and then.
Oh, okay, yeah, that would work.
Be our last event at multi-purpose.
Right?
Yeah, we can.
That's for all.
Just to follow on from the Unicott rate, we just they may need the big screen because a lot of those tribal delegates are there's a good chance that many of them will appear virtually. Yeah. Yes. Yes. Yeah, and I think we should be working on that agenda, I think, with Unicot people. I think one of the things they want to hear about is that put on their program is the UN Declaration. So maybe our fearless panel that we had can go back, or we could even replay that part of our workshop for them. Anyway, so we got a date, 5:30 on that Thursday, December 16th.
I didn't find any appointments
Bah.
on 16th of December 2005.
There you go, you're free.
You're free. That sounds like Jamie. Okay, so this brings us to the adjournment portion of our meeting. Council, I want to thank each and every one of you for all of your hard work that you've been putting in on behalf of the nation. I know that each and every one of you are extremely busy in the work that you're doing for the nation, in addition to your day jobs, many of you, and I'm very, very grateful for your hard work, each and every one of you, and thankful for your service. And so with that,
I'll make a motion to adjourn.
I'll second.
thank you. We have a motion and we have a second to adjourn. Mr. Treasurer, the time is what does your time say?
He's tired.
9:30,
Yeah,
9:35.
okay, sounds good. Jordan Canuho,
Yes.
George Gardner, yes. Secretary Chapman,
Yes.
Cynthia Butler,
Yes.
Donna Hare,
Aho.
Gene Evans,
Yes.
Sammy Kimball.
Yes.
By golly, we are dismissed.